Hello, world. It is I, the Phoenix Metal. Don't ask me why I said it like that. All right. Make sure I click the right camera. Wrong one. There we go. Hello. It is me. I've made my breakfast. Look at that. Look at that. Terrible lighting. Waffle, some egg, some bacon. Probably could have started sooner, but I needed that breakfast, man. Hello, Nakrim. How are you, madame? All right. I also need to open Clip Studio. Because I need some stuff to sync. Okay. I just dragged that over there. Doing a little writing. That's what's up. What you writing, Missy? Like creative writing or like story writing? Fanfic? I need a napkin. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Friends to lovers is good stuff. That's the good shit. Alright. So we're up in the Trello. Friends to lovers, writing like romance stuff is so fun because you can just be so self-indulgent. This lighting is strange. Hold on. Is that any better? Yeah. I like that better. Oh no. Not the gargantuan versus the miniature. Not the giantess love. Okay. So now, obviously it's petite, it's like 11, my friends will see us geeking dick. Oh my god, 7'5" is crazy. 7'5" is insane. Why is he so large? Hey, huge man. Pause. Yeah, pause on that. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, there's Del Fox, and Del Fox is only 4'11". Ah, Soul Car. Yeah, that makes sense now. Frolicator is a big dude. Pause! Damn it! Alright. So, today, I wanted to do like this, I wanted to learn how shaders work. So I want to do a thing where you can still see your character if you're behind something. So I have like an example project that someone in the Game Maker Discord sent me. Shout out Pixelated Pope. And I can apparently use that to do what I'm trying to do. Lock. One second. The food busting. Okay. So, those are the two things that are on my in progress list. Because those were the next things up. But, I didn't really program a lot this week. This week was kind of ass. I just was not feeling it this week. Work was shit. But, yesterday, I did get some concept art done, which I've put into this design document. I'm going to scroll down the Battle UI design. So, this is the original. And then I was like, okay, the new UI should retain the use of the radio menu, and it should still have like the turntable and cue list. So then I did like a newer version. But then I was like, I don't really like the way I display the health. It looks a little silly. I'm gonna zoom in a little. There we go. It looked a little silly to me. So then I did another version that's almost verbatim the same as like the original. Except with some like color palette differences. I color some of the text. I revert back to the square shape on the radio menu boxes. And then I go down a little further. I'm testing out like some different ones. So you got 2 is the one that we just looked at on the screenshot. Oh yeah, also I redid the background art with some of the art assets that we made. The bushes and the trees and stuff. Put some of those in the background. I kind of scaled them up and down depending on how close and far they were, because that's what would happen in the actual game now that I have that done programmatically. And then I did my brain shut down. Then I did like silhouettes of Drake and Mia and a silhouette of Shanktopus to use as an enemy example. So then I did this new like turntable one that I was like, okay, this one's not too bad. And then I put up like what I liked and didn't like about each. So like one has health bars and ATB centered for both characters, but it may be a little too crowded. There's a lot going on there. 2 is basically just the HD updated version of the pixel art. And then 3 has no portrait, but it's simple. It'll work with color coordination. And it'll just have some values in the ATB bar. So then I started like delineating like where, like how much space I have. So I can determine what needs to go there easier. Then someone suggested I use something like sound waves or sound bars as my meters. And I was like, that sounds cool. So I drew a little mock-up. And I also suggested, since the art is already HD, the character is right there, so I don't really need a full character portrait. So instead, I could do like an eye line, which should be just enough to differentiate the characters. I'm like, yeah, that's true. So then I went ahead and tested that in game, but it's a little too tall. So then I got a new version, which is based on a boombox. Zoom in a little more. Which is based on a boombox, where I like this version the best, and its music theme. It's clear and concise. It's interesting and can be aligned pretty easily with the party members because it's still got that same square space. So then, actually, I need to fetch some pictures and put them in here. So give me 1 second while I grab those. I'm loving it. These are the wrong images. I need this one. I need this. And I need this. So these are the new versions. I can get rid of this tab. So we have this. Zoom out a bit so I can resize it. I'll leave it like this size. Because these are kind of small, actually. Yeah. Because I put those on there for my phone and my iPad, which doesn't really have like a size delineation. It kind of just scales them based on whatever you need. So then I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna grab this zoom in version. There we go. So I went ahead and I did a complete mock-up of that final one. And I love it. Alright, I can zoom my... I'm gonna bring my keyboard back up now. Alright. Okay. But... whoop. There we go. So now... I have, might be a little too loud. There we go. Can't hear myself think. Okay. So now it's music themed. It's nice. It looks pretty. I like this a lot. And programmatically, it should be like roughly the same as the previous version. Now maybe I'll shop the icons on this. But basically, it's health bar, Draco meter, and health bar, Draco meter, and the ATB bar. And when it hits max, it'll be your turn. I found a nice place to put the numbers. It looks good. I'm happy with it. So I'm just put full-fledged mock up with color and design based on the previous sketch. Control I. There we go. Take off italics, put on bullet points, and then I'll put some text there later. Alright, so this is like the new version of the battle UI. So that's pretty much like the only thing that's changed since the last time. Except for like I think a couple of stuff in the game. Like I did, yeah, I added so like in the previous build I had doors in different rooms. So I just updated that system to use my current this is not the right project. Hold on. Game Maker. I just changed that system to use my new transition system that uses sequence. I cannot speak. Sequences. Remind me later. Yeah, let me in. Let me in. Ah. I opened the wrong project. I opened Project Draco, not Draco Jam. I don't need this one. File, recent projects. I clicked it again. Oh my god. I cannot aim this mouse for the life of me, apparently. Draco Jam. There we go. Alright, so we're in the right repository. Go ahead and hit play. Alright, so we're back in the project. So this is what we're looking like now. I think I tweaked around some like bush positions and stuff. Ugh, I hate that. Because that one little part that comes up. I need to fix that. I'll probably just make that bush not have that divot. You're not supposed to see his foot from behind the bush like that. Jeez. Okay, so now I basically made it to where I can go to another room. We have this little black void. This room is like a long room, as opposed to the more like vertically kind of, I mean not horizontal room this is. That way I can like test how it is to like go a really long distance with the depth sorting mechanic. And so I want to add a thing to where like when you're behind like this tree, you'll be able to see where you are. That transition's a little slow, but still. So this is the new room. I haven't drawn any background art for it or put in any trees or anything. So come up here. Okay, I don't know why this happens. That's weird. There's like a glitch with it. It won't take me to the next room, but I don't know why that's happening. I'll have to debug that later because I don't feel like fooling with it right now. Okay, so first thing on the agenda, let's look at this shader project. So this is the example project, and from what I saw, all I really need to look at is this silhouette manager, the occluder, and I don't think I need the code from anything else. Occludie, depth minus y. I don't need that because I depth sort a different way. Okay. This just adds it to the occlusion list. This is important. This is in the draw event as we want objects added to the occlusion list in draw order. Okay. And these are the shaders. Alright. So I'm gonna dig into this real quick. So I don't need, so we got some variables defined here for occludie surface and the result surface and the width and height of, I'm assuming, the game. Yep. Excuse me. Because we have the surface resize right here. Does that, let me see. That does the aspect ratio thing, right? Yeah. Alright, that's interesting. Alright, so yeah, I do the same thing in my game. I was just curious if I had an understanding of how that code worked. So this is what I'm like going for. So I want to do for depending on what character it is, I want them to have a different I want them to have a different occlusion color, or like a different color for the shader. So like Drake's might be like some sort of red or light red or something, and Mia's would like be purple. Banjo, who's not in the game yet, would be blue. So something like that. Oh, excuse me. So then I have occlusion list, ds list create, which creates a list of a data structure list to hold all of the people who need to be occluded. S occludie surf, shader get sample index, shader draw silhouette, S occludie surf. So what does this do? Shader get sampler index. Since you cannot change the value of a shader sampler within the shader itself, you have to set it before calling the shader using one of the available uniform set functions. However, to be able to do that, you must first call this function to get the handle of the shader sampler that you want to set. Okay, so shader get sampler index, shader in uniform. Now see, I don't know what uniforms are, so I'm gonna look up. Do I have a using shader uniforms? This is what I'm looking for. I had this video up already. Alright, so we're gonna pause the lo-fi for a second.
Well, you crazy people out there.
I'm gonna watch this Dragonite tutorial. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water first, and then we're gonna watch this. Yeah. I'm back. Alright. Toot time.
My name is Michael. I like wizards and dragons and making games. And
What's poppin', Michael?
welcome back to the wonderful world of shaders. In the last video, I did an overview of what shaders are, what the data types are, the things you can do with the data types, and we successfully turned this little yellow duckling sprite upside down and colored him red.
I feel like my cleavage is showing.
And in this video, we're going to make him a little bit more alive. So this is the same project I have at the end of the last video. There is the vertex shader, which I ultimately didn't change anything in, except for the stupid curly brace that was on the line below function definition that I don't like because that annoys me. And in the fragment shader, I inverted the y coordinate of the texture coordinates and removed the green and blue color values. So let's talk about uniforms. So uniform green and blue color values.
Stop!
So let's talk about uniforms.
Don't post actual
uniforms, as I said at the end of the last video, are a special type of variable that are used for passing information to the shader. They're essentially parameters for the shader. You can think of them that way. And you define one. That is... okay. There's a space in the middle of that word. You define them with a uniform before the type. I'm going to make this a float,
big up.
and I'm going to call it time. So I'm going to start by having a simple uniform representing time, and we are going to make the little duckling change color over time. This is the fragment shader, by the way. I hope you can all see that because it says that at the top, but just in case you need that in audio form, this is the fragment shader. So you can do math in shaders. In fact, you can do quite a lot of math in shaders. There's a few things you can do. I'm going to start with a sine function. Sine is a wave. I'm going to, let's see.
I should really take notes on this probably. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna pull my notebook out and act like I'm studious and not write anything down. Almost there. There we go. Had to get my pen. Ah, yes. Yes, please. Continue speaking to me about these shaders. Well, I gotta put my glasses down my nose. Continue speaking to me about these shaders.
If you ever need to visualize something that's going on a shader, especially with sine or cosine or something like that, the Desmos online graphing calculator is amazing.
Oh wait, shit. I'm actually gonna write that down. Actually gonna write that down. After all that shit I talk, please don't talk like a rich white snob. I'm gonna kick your nose. Yeah. I don't see the problem with this. What seems to be the issue with the particular cadence of my voice? I don't understand. Is my diction too intelligent? I'm sorry if my intellect cascades beyond the particular depth of your current disposition. Oh my god. Desmos. That's about to become a bit. That's gonna be my new stream bit. Yes, it seems that you are rapidly approaching my current location. I'll have you know that my coordinates are quite elusive, and I don't think you'd be able to find me on this plane of particular existence. Oh my god. Okay. I muted the video on accident.
So this online graphing calculator is amazing.
Okay.
So we're going to just say the function of x is the sine of x. If you do anything with games, sine and cosine are your best friends. Right now I'm using it for graphics for shaders, as you can see. You can also use them a lot for movement, certain stat equations perhaps. If you've never taken a trigonometry class before, this is a sine wave. You can see it oscillates between...
I have. I almost failed. And then I took calculus, and then I failed. Which is crazy, because I've been immaculate in math my entire life. And those particular class... You know what? I had the same teacher in both of those classes. Might have been his ass, man. Because I passed calculus the next time I took it. Which is crazy, too, because I taught... It pissed me off, right? Because I taught people the lesson. People asked me if I understood it. I said yes. I taught them. They made 90s based on what I taught them. And then I'd get a 70. How does it work? How does it work? It doesn't make sense.
A positive 1 and negative 1. And that's what I'm going to be doing here. I would like the,
I don't even dislike math. I like math. I just like when I just dislike when I'm wrong. when I when I do math. Oh my god.
Like the duckling to flash red, so we're going to have the green and blue color channels oscillate between.
Okay. Sine time. Sine time.
-1 and
make it
+1.
oscillate. Cool.
So I'll run this, but this is going to not exactly be a nice oscillation, and nothing is happening at all because I forgot to actually set the value of the uniform.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Let's go shader.
Oh my god. He did it again. I'm sick. Why? No. Don't say last one, I promise. Because we're 3 minutes in and you're gonna do it. This is a 20-minute video.
Set the value of the uniform.
You're gonna do it again.
Let's go shader, set, uniform, F, and let me make this a little bit bigger because I'm worrying about the draw code right now. The uniform ID is going to be an index. So you can say
var uniform time.
You can say shader get uniform, and that will get a reference to a uniform that you defined in the shader. In my case, that is the time uniform. And
wait a minute, is that not? No, that's sampler index. Okay, so if I'm using sampler index, is that in here? Attribute varying. Shader, draw silhouette. Uniform, sampler 2D, it's right here. Okay. That makes sense. So you have to use that to get a uniform that's a sampler. And it digs into the shader and grabs that value. And then UUVs, shader get uniform. So this pulls the uniform for the UVs, which is set here. In the what is that called? The fragment shader. That's what it is. Okay. So this is inside of the fragment shader. Pass through vertex shader, pass through fragment shader. Was it not commented that this is a... Okay, that's weird. I'm just gonna... This is the... I literally just said it. It's fragment and vertex shader. Yep. Vertex shader. And then comment on this one. Fragment shader. So that I know the difference. Because each shader has a vertex and fragment shader. Make sure I know the difference, because this one is a VSH and that one is FSH, and that one's a VHS? Nigga, speak correctly, please. VSH. Go ahead and take a sippy. What should I do for channel points? I should do like a take a sip. I should do like a push-up one. Ah, that would be funny. People can spend channel points and make me do push-ups. In-step. What's in the in-step? This is just camera stuff. I don't need that at all. Rich white snob for 5 minutes for 10K. Bet. Yes, indubitably. I think there's possibility that I could make this occurrence apply for about a duration of 5 minutes in particular. I think that this is possible. Yes. 5 minutes or exactly 300 seconds. Held a message for reason. Oh. Ah! Twitch fucking held the message because it said nigga, but that's funny. That's crazy. Hey, we already know how Twitch treats us. We already know, bro. Look at them Kai Cenat shoes. Look at how long it took me to get my emote, man. Twitch ain't right, man. I'm just playing, man. Twitch is perfect. I accidentally opened Discord, man. What? Let me drag this over here. Someone at me. Why? Oh, it's a meme. I'll look at it later. At Nuke Noel on my first stream back when he said it too. Jesus. Jesus. That's crazy. Can you just say it like by itself? Yeah, that didn't do anything. Weird. Inspect? What does that do? Oh, Lord. That's interesting. Anyway. What was I doing? Shaders? Yeah, shaders. Have auto mod set to low and have the word nigga as a permitted term so it shouldn't blow up. Yeah. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, it depends on what he. It might have depended on the context of the statement because you just said nigga and it applied fine. Then again, I did just add it as a permitted term. So I don't know. Anyway. It probably shouldn't be a permitted term, to be honest. Because somebody's going to get bold one day. But that's beside the point. Alright, so this is pulling the uniform for the UVs. Alright, now there's a big comment here. Is there a... Okay, this is surfaces. Refresh surfaces, camera. Get width and height. View camera. Shader, get uniform, U flip. Okay, so that pulls U flip from... Where's draw solid color being used? Maybe in the... Hold on. Draw sprite solid color. GPU set fog. I don't even... Is that being used anywhere? I can't tell. That's just the sprite for the Pope. Sign oscillate. Set timer. I'm a dip though. I have to start getting ready to hang out with pals. Good luck and everything. Thanks, Knack. Have fun, Knackram. Have fun, Knackram. Knack attack. Knack woman. Sign oscillate. Okay, the oscillator's just for moving the walls. I don't give a fuck about that. Silhouette manager. And this is probably where he uses draw solid color in the draw end event. Draw my silhouette. Where's this function? Refresh surfaces. What? U flip. Shader set uniform U flip. Is that where uniform float? Okay. It's set right here. I was being blind. Okay, so that creates that function, which I use in the draw end event. Then there should be a draw sprite solid color used somewhere. Or is that just here for no reason? Control Shift F. Draw sprite solid. Find next. Function. Yeah, it's only used in here. That's interesting. I don't understand why that's like by itself like that, but it is what it is. Alright, back to reading through some of this documentation. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn on some music and I will return. All right. We back. We back. So, I'm going to read this block here. Okay. Let's talk about the following block of code. On some platforms, texture samples are Y-flipped. Top is 1, bottom is 0. Okay. And others aren't. Windows seems to be top is 0, while Mac and HTML, the only other platforms I've tested, seem to be top is 1. So, this block of code is to help you detect how it works on other platforms and set the uniform appropriately. Another option would be to have different versions of the shader per platform with hard-coded fix. This would likely be a minor improvement on the system. Okay. So we got if OS browser does not equal browser not a browser, or OS type does not equal Mac OS, or OS type does not equal Android, then flip equals 0.5. Okay. Cool. Alright. And flip equals negative 0.5 beforehand. Interesting. Alright, and then we have some draw code, which I will read after I finish.
And the shader demo to a uniform that you can say shader get uniform, and that will get a reference to a uniform that you defined in the shader. In my case, that is the time uniform in the shader demo shader. And that reference gets saved to a variable. And you can pass it into the shader set uniform function and its value. For its value, I'm just going to say current time, and the built-in variable current underscore time is the number of milliseconds that has passed since the game has started. 1 millisecond being 1/1000th of a second. So if I want to translate that into just seconds, let's divide that by 1,000. If you want, instead of saving the uniform reference to a variable, you can just pass it in to the set uniform function directly. It's not something that will save you any reasonable amount of time, and it can make your code harder to read, so it's probably something you should avoid doing. But now let's run the game. So I've set the uniform, and now the thing is gonna flash colors. Now it's gonna oscillate. So you can see it's flashing between red and after a period of time, it'll go to a kind of bluish white. So there's a couple things going on here. I guess I should say up front that this isn't exactly what we want, if you have not deduced that already. If you were to simply set... If you were to... yeah. No, help. If you were to simply set these color values to 1.0. You can also, and I meant to mention this in the last video, you can just say 1 dot without a 0, and it will work.
Really? Why?
That's not something that you're allowed to get away with in most normal CPU programming languages like GML or JavaScript or C or anything like that, but in shader languages, just saying a number followed by a dot without a actual decimal part will indicate that it's supposed to be a floating point number instead of a integer.
Hey.
Some statistically typed programming languages allow you to write things like 10f to denote a value as a floating point number instead of an integer. It's the same idea. Okay.
Dialing up the blue and green on these colors, it will make all the pictures approach white. So instead of setting the green and blue equal to the sign of the time, we want to instead say color.g times the sign of the time, the sign of the time. There's a pun in there somewhere. I'm not going to spend energy figuring out what it is.
I don't know if there's a pun. I don't know if there's a pun, but it rhymes.
This will make, instead of fading to a weird bluish white, it will make the duckling fade between red and its original color. You can imagine looking at the sign function if I were to come back to the sign function, if the original value of for example,
I could use that for like dealing damage or something.
0.5. The sine wave will instead oscillate between its original value and its the negative version of its original value. So that's the amplitude of the sine wave. I'm hesitant to say that taking a trigonometry sine wave will of the 5. And I'm hesitant to say that taking a trigonometry class is a prerequisite for doing this kind of thing, but it certainly does help. I would like to spend a minimal amount of time talking about trigonometry here. If you want to shorten this, you can, of course, say, oops, instead of saying color.g equals color.g, you are allowed to say times equals, as you are in most programming languages, and that will do the same thing.
That's so interesting. Okay. Times equals.
So you'll notice there's a period of about 3 seconds in here where the duckling stays red instead of bouncing back. That's because of the negative part. As I mentioned in the last video, a negative color value doesn't really mean anything. Most of the time it's fine. Most of the time it'll just assume 0 if you have a negative color value.
So you need to force it to stay positive?
It's not really a safe thing to do. You probably want to use a clamp function or something like a max function for the value of the sine and 0. And that will ensure that the color value never goes below 0. That will do the same thing.
Okay.
It's considered correct to check those things. However, if we want it to flash continuously instead of pausing, we can do a little bit more manipulation on the sine wave. So if we want this value to have a range of 0 to 1 instead of -1 to +1 or -0.5 to +0.5, we can instead say 0.5 times the sine of x plus 0.5. I want to space in between there because I want my code to look pretty. Dang it. And now the sine wave is varying between 1 and 0, or 0 and 1. I guess I'll leave the max function there. Anyway, we can implement that in here. Obviously, you don't need to refer to the online graphing calculator to do this, but it does help visualize the values on a graph if you're ever going to do something like that. It pauses when I click on the
Game Maker always
bar
does that.
around the window. That's interesting. The game is kind of sort of paused when you do that, and I should probably remember to not do that if I have shaders running that have a continuous value over time or something. Okay, I guess while I'm talking about trigonometry, if you want it to flash faster, again, if you've taken a trigonometry class, you know where this is going. You can mess with the period of the wave by multiplying multiplying the parameter inside the sine function by a value if you want it to go absolutely bonkers. So let's multiply green and blue by 10. And that needs to be either 10.0 or just 10 point to indicate that it's a floating point number because, again, types. Now it's going faster. Let's have it do like a rave or something. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Too long. I don't want to be responsible for anybody.
Nah, I was about to say, why would you do that, bro? Yeah, nah.
You're
responsible. That's on you, big dog. No, I'm just playing.
Okay. The exact period of a sine function.
Leave my man's dragon dog alone.
Okay. The exact period of a sine function is 2 pi, by the way. So if I just have sine of time, the amount of time it'll take to go from its regular value through a complete cycle of red and back is going to be 2 pi seconds, or about 6.28. Multiplying that by 5 will make it a... What's 6.28 divided by 5? About 1.2 and change?
Wait, did he ever define time as like having an actual value?
Just a little bit of math to think about. Like I said, I don't want to get hung up on too much more trigonometry here. If you want it to vary more, you can always mess with the equations. So that's we're kind of doing a hue shift here. The sprite is getting progressively greener and more magenta instead of red and yellow. If you wanted to give it a slight offset, you could do that also. That's not really noticeable. I won't do that.
Yeah.
So you can also, this is the fragment shader as established, but you can also do this in the vertex shader. So if I were to comment this out, I could do the same thing, in the vertex shader, you can assign uniforms in the vertex shader. And you have most of the same things that you did before. You have color values, you have texture coordinates, those are being passed to the fragment shader. You have the position in space. I could mess with the color value again, but I don't really want to. Let's instead mess with the position in space.
Object space position plus x.
Yeah, okay. Let's say the position.x plus equals the sine of time. And we'll do the same thing with y for now. This is going to be not very noticeable at all, if any. Because it's just oscillating by 1 pixel.
Yeah,
on the
I was going
screen.
to say. Like,
If I were to come back to the graphing calculator, let's make this just like 1. Let's give it its regular period too. You can amplify this. You can say 25 times the sine, and now it's going to vary between -25 and +25. So let's implement that change
pixels? No?
in the vertex shader, and now the sprite is going to be not moving on the screen.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay, that is not actually the value that I want to manipulate. Let's
Ha! Nice mistake, Drago.
Let's mess with the original position instead.
Underscore position.
That is going to be that. And instead of setting the object space position equal to the in position, let's make it. Do I want to do? All right. Well.
Okay, so he made a vec3 for the original position, and then he took the original positions XYZ and put it into a vec4 with a value of 1, which gives you the object space position.
The in position, let's make it. Setting the object space position equal to the in position, let's make it.
Just sounds like he's mashing his keyboard with speed up like that. Jesus.
Do I want to do? All right.
Yeah,
well,
XYZ is fine, man.
I've already mentioned swizzling with vectors.
Swizzling is such a good programming term, bro. Swizzling. Since original position is already a vec3, you can also just write vec4 original position. Vec4 original position 1.0 without any swizzling needed. Oh!
Which again is the best technical name in all of computer science. I'm allowed to do that. So now the duckling's position is oscillating back and forth on both the x and the y axis, according to time. If I wanted to speed that up,
that's interesting that you can do that in shaders when I feel like you could just do that in Game Maker. I don't know the difference between moving something with shaders, excuse me, and moving something.
A little bit. Could change the we could change the period. If I wanted to make it go diagonally the other way, I could invert one of those, and now it's going upper left, upper right, and lower left instead of upper left and lower right. If I did want to mess with color, you could say
vec4 color.
Let's mess with transparency this time. What was the equation I had before? 0.5 times.
Yeah, they used the British color. That's weird.
Times
that. By default.
I'll just copy the whole thing. And we'll times equal it. Actually, no. That's fine. That's fine the way it is. And lines must end in semicolons, otherwise the shader compiler will complain and it will have a very unhelpful error message. That's not working. Oh, right. I need to actually use that color value, otherwise it's just a value that's sitting there not doing anything.
It's still...
Oh, okay, hang on. Use that color value.
Oh my god! Oh, that man had problems and just Oh my lord!
Otherwise, it's just a value
Jesus
that's sitting there
Christ,
not doing anything.
that's hilarious.
Oh, okay, hang on. I forgot I took that out. The color isn't actually being used by the fragment shader. God, you
Yeah,
almost
there you
think
go.
I'd script that out. Oh.
Oh yeah, you sure did take that out. Come on, bro.
Oh, okay.
You
Hang on.
commented it.
I forgot I took that out. The color isn't actually being used by the fragment shader. God, you'd almost think I'd script these videos or something. So now the duckling is
No, it's
is
a
fading in and
ghost.
out. He's just having the time of his life up there, hanging upside down, swinging back and forth, fading in and out of existence. That's how I like to spend my Saturdays too. So that's the basis of uniforms, of uniform values. You can see, you know what, just for fun, I'm going to re-enable this. And I also need to uncomment the time uniform. So just for fun, I'm going to have you fade to red and to not red, and that's on the same period as the transparency, so you can't really see it. Let's... Don't get hung up on this, he says, and then he does exactly that.
Yeah.
Alright, that's not as noticeable as I was hoping it would be. So maybe using this for something that's a little bit more useful, although now that I think about it, this does have its uses. Glowing objects fading to a color. If you want a glowing object to draw the player's attention towards something, you can do something like this.
Oh, true.
Color correction. I'm going to let's comment that out. Let's also comment this out so the duckling is going to sit still. Let's go back over to the fragment shader. Let's define another uniform.
Oh, excuse me. Uniform float.
Which
brightness.
is going to be brightness. Let's yank this sideways into a brightness and contrast shader or something like that. Or at least brightness, because I don't really feel like doing...
Okay. I think I've grasped how uniforms work for the most part. Shader uniforms. Apart from the shader's functions and constants defined in the OpenGL ES shading language, there are also a number of shader uniforms available to you that are unique to GameMaker. Matrix View, Matrix Mag, Matrix versus Lights. Okay, let me see what's on here. 404 page I found. Damn, that's crazy. Alright, well that's useless. Okay, so back to the project. I've fiddled around with watching that video enough. I'll finish it later or a little later in the stream because I think I have all the information I need. I think. So let's read through the draw end event here. And then I'm going to make a package to import this into my game. Okay, so you refresh the surfaces inside of the draw end. Var size equals ds list size. Occlusion list. Minor optimization. Found occludee false. Minor optimization. There's no reason to process an occluder / wall if there are no silhouettes to show through it. Honestly, you could put a lot of logic in here to try and prevent processing an occluder under certain conditions. Like if you can tell there's no way a silhouette is there, you could skip it. Okay. So you got a for loop. And for instance on the occlusion list. You can use any method to differentiate occludees from occluders. I use parenting, but a variable set in the create event would work as well. Okay. I'm gonna use a variable then, because I already have like way too much parenting going on. So I would probably change that. So var is occluder equals object is ancestor ints dot object index object occluder. So what I would probably do is I'll make a variable definition inside of... Oh, we can get some music back. So I would do like a variable definition and then change it to equals true based on what object it is. Yeah, that's what I would do. Okay. Is occluder. If found occluder, continue. Haven't found an occluder yet, go to next object. Alright, surface set targets. Result surface. Camera apply. Trick for drawing things to a surface aligned with the view. Okay. Surface set target result surface. The surface exists, result surface. Result surface, use surface create. Oh, if it doesn't exist, okay. Now, if he's using surfaces, that begs the question that I'm curious of. So if I minimize this, does it break? No. Okay, I'm sure he accounted for that. Yeah, because if it doesn't exist... No, wait, that's the create event. There's nothing... And whatever. Trick for drawing things to the surface. Shader set. Shader draw silhouette. Here's where the magic happens, he says. Alright. So you set the shader, and then you start drawing inside of the shader based on the shader's values, I think. Okay. Occlude surface, shader get surface index. Alright, so yeah, so this is where you get that uniform surface 2D or something like that from the shader. Same surface that occludes are drawing to. Hold on, I need to make myself more space so I can read this comment. This will change over the course of this for loop, which is super important. Okay, texture equals surface get texture occlude surface. Texture set stage occlude surface texture var UVs texture get UVs texture occlude surface underscore texture. Oh, okay, so you're setting the surface as the texture target, and then you get the UVs from the texture target. Then shader set uniform F. So you set the vec 4? Yeah, that's a vec 4. You set the vec 4 for UUVs based on shader get uniform F, shader get uniform. Okay, so you're pulling values from the uniform. No? Yes. That's what you're doing. Okay. You're setting them, you're pulling them from there and then setting them to a variable of flip. Ah, yeah. Okay. I get it. So you get the UVs from the texture, then you set those UVs inside of the shader, and you set the flip based on the flip from the create event. Set shader get uniform, and you pull UUVs into a variable and then apply them to the shader, which, as he says, will change throughout the course of the for loop. And then with inst draw self, so then you draw yourself. I think I use draw self inside of depth object, right? Yes, because I didn't need this anymore. I'm gonna get rid of this. I probably won't need it. So then, and then you reset the shader. And then you do surface reset target. So you're back into the application. You're back into the application surface. Okay. That's what it was. Okay. Else. So this else statement applies to if there is an occluder. You found the occlude equals true. Oh, wait. If there isn't an occluder, if you're not an occluder, then found occlude equals true. Surface set target occlude surface. If found occlude does not equal true, then continue. Okay. This is for if you're the occluder. Which means if you're the object that's making the person a shadow. And if you are the occludee, which is the person who is turned into a shadow, which I'm pretty sure would be object tester here. Yep. Okay, I have it right. Nice. And then I need to set a shadow color too, just in case. Draw my silhouette. Shader set, draw solid color. Okay, so this is where he used shader. No, wait. That's the same shader. No, draw silhouette and draw solid color are different shaders. Okay. Step. And your draw is based on the occludee. Alright. Okay. So the way I would do it is I'm gonna grab my notebook. Well, do I want to use my notebook? Because you guys can't see it. I need to think. What happens if I do this? Whatever. Okay. That's not gonna work either. I remember I used to use my phone as a camera a while back. I don't even know if I have that app anymore. Whatever, I'll just do it in my notebook. You guys aren't gonna be missing anything but like math scribbles and like trying to make sure I know what I'm doing before I go in. So let's go to the create event here. so we need to change. So inside of the create event, so let's do occluder. So I'm gonna make 2 columns for occluder and occludee. Okay. So the way I would do it is inside of the create event. So inside of the create, we're going to define a variable for okay, so let me check my character object. Object character. Go into the create event. Delay. So we have a member name already defined here. Okay. And then I'm gonna go into object Drake. So inside of object Drake, so inside of whatever specific object. Okay. Except for enemies. Enemies are going to be blanket. So inside of create, I need to set the color. And I need to check if it's an occludee or an occluder. So I need to go to decoration. I'm going to go to inside create. So the occludee would be like the player, and an occluder would be the decoration objects. No? Yes, that's correct. Okay. So I'm gonna put characters here. And then I'm gonna do for occluder would be decorations. Okay, so if we're gonna do it that way, then we can go inside of decorations here. I can go into object decoration and object decoration ghost. And inside of these, I would need to set them to be occluders. Okay, I need to set a variable called so if you're an occlude, what does occlude mean? Because I know what it would mean, but I can't tell if it's like which direction. Hold on, I can't explain. Occlude, stop, close up, or obstruct. An opening. Okay, so an obstructor would be the walls. So like a decoration itself. Okay. So that makes sense. So I can make occlude equals true as a variable equals true, and occlude equal false. for characters or enemies or whatever. And then I would draw the silhouette. Draw my silhouette function. So this is where you just randomly create this function. Well, I mean, I guess it would. Where else does it use that? Draw my cell. Find next. With instance. Each instance is held responsible for drawing its own silhouette. Okay, that's interesting. All right, cool. All right, so inside of so I need to define this function inside of the depth object. No? That would hit basically everything. I think, because there is two depth objects though. Depth. Yeah, depth object and depth object ghost are the ones that need to have this defined in their create events. Okay. So I would do that inside there. And then inside of all depth objects, I would define in the create event to draw. Or do I only need that inside of the occludees? Let me check like object wall. Create. Yeah, you only need that inside of the okay, and then I do my own depth sorting, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So inside of the occludee only. So let's just put that here. Draw my silhouette function. Alright. Okay, so I need to draw my silhouette in there. Sorry you guys can't see. It's just like a little chart. I don't know where it is. There it is. This is what I'm doing. So I can get my mind right. So then inside of the occlude. So inside of the silhouette manager draw end is where I need to alright. So I think this is the only difference I need between occludee and occluder. Besides, I need to add them to the list. Occlusion list. Okay, and then I need to add these both. Wait. Occludee, occluder. Oh, that's just how you... Okay, that's just how you differentiate them, but this is the exact same code. It's important because you want this to be in draw order. Okay. So occlude includer use the exact same code. So I can put these inside the draw event of the depth object. No? Yes, I can. Okay, so inside of the I'm gonna say inside of the depth object and depth object ghost. I need you to, inside of your draw event, add object to occlusion list. Inside of object silhouette I still misspelled silhouette manager. Okay. So that's the main thing I need from those. I don't need to make an occlude or an occluder object. I just need that little block of code. I need to create this function inside of the decorations create event and the characters create event. Or no, only the characters create event, excuse me. I need to set them to be an occlude or an occluder by changing a variable. And then inside of the silhouette manager's draw end, God, I can't draw a straight line with this pen for the life of me. Silhouette manager. Inside draw in then I need you to, instead of differentiating by is an occluder, var underscore is occluder equals your the inst occlude equals true. Oh wait, no. It just needs to equal. There we go. And then it would just equal the variable that is set inside of that create event. That'll do it. And then from there is occluder. You go through there, you go through there. You do this, and if not occluder, we found an occludee. Surface set target to the occludee surface. Camera apply, trick for drawing things to a surface aligned with the view. With inst draw my silhouette. Each instance is responsible for drawing its own silhouette. And then Surface reset target to the application surface. Then we're out of that else statement, and then we're out of this if statement. Or we're out of this for loop. Yep. Okay, and then draw list clear. Does he destroy the list ever? You gotta destroy this at some point, no? Or I guess that's what draw clear would do. Hold on, let me see. That is my file explorer, whoops. Game maker. Oh, I could just do this. Draw list clear. This is a function you can clear all data from given list data structure. This does not destroy the data structure. For that, you'll need to use ds list destroy. Right, does he do that in here? He doesn't. Well, I need to destroy this at some point, so I'll just make, I'll just add a destroy event to this. So I need to add a destroy event. Add a destroy or cleanup event for destroying the DS list occlusion list. Okay. And then finally, we draw the result surface to line up with the view. Draw surface, result surface, camera view X, camera view Y, blah, blah, blah. All right, that makes sense. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to tools. I'm gonna create local package. I'm going to grab, I think I already have draw sprite solid color in here. Draw sprite. Yeah, I do. Those are in my shader scripts. Okay, so I'm gonna do, I want the silhouette manager. I mostly just want the silhouette manager. If I'm gonna do that, then I could just copy and paste it. Oh, well, I need the shaders too, so I'll just drag. I'll add those too. Now that I understand them. I don't need sign oscillate. I don't need any of the wall code. I don't need, what did I do? There we go. I don't need, object tester. And I don't need the occlusion code. And I have all the changes that I should need to make written down in my notebook. Yep, that should do it. Hit OK. Oh, I have to enter a name and shit. Okay. Display name. Occlusion shader. I don't care about the version. Occlusion shader. Okay. And then I'm going to save this to Documents, Game Maker. Well, what is I was using the Game Maker Studios 2 folder. I should have been using Game Maker, to be honest. Depth sorted silhouettes. Oh, that's the project that I imported. Okay. Yeah, I'll just save it here. No, not here. Here. Open and Explorer. Okay. Alright, so now I can close this. Well, actually, I'm going to keep it open for now because I still need stuff from it. And then I'm going to drag occlusion shader into my project. I'm going to import the asset package. And then I'm going to add these. I'm going to make a group. This group is going to be called let's call it occlusion system. Really, it could be, yeah, I'm gonna put that inside of depth sorting. Because really, that's like, they're like very intertwined. Select all. Import all, import. Okay, so now I have these and I can different. So I'm gonna put this in occlusion system. If I can aim it right. And then I'm going to put these inside of the shader. The shaders folder. Which has nothing in there right now. Okay. I'm gonna hit save. Now that I have that, I need to put the object silhouette manager inside room init. So I drag you right there. Then I need to so I have the shaders sitting right there, and then I have to go into, okay, so let's start with the decorations. So I'm gonna go into objects, let's see, objects, decorations. I'm gonna go into decoration. I'm gonna close all but this. I'm gonna go into decoration ghost. Then inside of the create events, I'm gonna go right here. And I'm gonna set your occlude equals true. Okay, and then I'm going to draw an occlude equals true as well. Put the gun down, bro. Put the gun down. It doesn't have to be this way, man. Relax. A day after your last stream, you did the. Hey, yo! You can't make that my fault. That's crazy. It must have been somebody raggedy who did that to you. And that ain't me. That shit was so crazy. That's wild. Okay, that did charge. So occlude. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna go into characters. Object characters. You all need to. You all are not occluders. I went back home, changed, went back on base to get some socks. Friday, went back home and did not leave the crib whole weekend. Caught COVID. That's crazy. COVID was really on the socks, bro. COVID was really on the socks, bro. The socks were on his ass. Nah, that's crazy as hell. Not for real. That's so wild. I just wanted some more Nike socks, bro. Jesus Christ. Man's got caught lacking by some socks. Alright, close this. Go into here, grab this function. Grab all of this actually. Because I do need to set the color, but I'll set the color inside of iRandom. Okay. So I'm gonna go into here. Jeez, that's wild. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna take this. Get rid of that. Put this here. Function on my silhouette. Control Z. That can stay there. Occlusion shader code. And then variables. I'll just do that. Draw sprite ext, shadow color. Shadow color equals, just equals 0 for now. And then I'm gonna go into each individual character. So for now I'm gonna go into Drake. Member name, Control V. Your shadow color can be defined here. And then in Mia, I'll do the same thing. And I'll define that later. You don't need portrait code anymore. I forgot to change that. Okay, save. Then I need to go into the depth objects. And inside of their draw event, I need to do add object to the occlusion list inside of the object select shader. So I need to go into here, grab this code, import nitrogen, Control C. That man got bodied by some socks, bro. It's unbelievable. What? Why? Stop. Why did it just start constantly posting V's? That was weird. Something on my keyboard, bro. That was probably loud, I'm sorry. I apologize. I should have muted. I didn't think about it. I'm a monster. This. And then I'm gonna put the same thing inside of this draw event. Get rid of draw draw self here. Then hit save. That'll add any depth object into that list. Okay. And then I need to go to the silhouette manager and change some code. So I'm gonna go to the silhouette manager. I'm gonna go to the draw end event. Save real quick. Then I'm gonna go into here, object index occluder. I'm gonna go into this and just say, is occluder equals inst dot occlude, and that'll be true or false based on which it is. Hit save. Add or destroy or cleanup event. So I'm gonna add an event. I'm gonna add cleanup. Let me make sure the cleanup event does what I think it does. Clean event maker. I can just read about the cleanup event here. I don't know. This event will be called after any event that removes an instance of the object from the room. So it will be triggered if the instance is destroyed, the room ends, or the game ends. It is designed for you to use to clean up any dynamic resources that you may have in your game, like surfaces, data structures, etc., or to perform any task that you need performed once when the instance is removed from the game in any way. Note that this event will be called instantly after the event that triggered it, but the instance will not actually be removed from the game until the end of the current event. For example, if you call instance destroy in the step event, then the destroy event will be called, then the cleanup event, then the rest of the step event will finish running. This means that any code you have after you call instance destroy will still be run and be a potential cause of errors if you've cleaned up data structures or some other resource that the code requires. Okay. I'm gonna add this cleanup event then. Cause I like rarely use cleanup events. I always use destroy. Let me go in here. DS list destroy. Occlusion list. And hit save. Okay. Then I'm gonna hit play. Let's just see if this works, because it might not. Yeah, it doesn't. Object silhouette manager occlusion list not set before reading. Occlusion manner. What? Why would it not be set? I put this here. Clean up var size, DS list create size, occlusion list. Yeah, I auto filled that. Why would that not? Do I just not need this cleanup event? I guess I'm just gonna delete it for now. Because that should run. I don't know why that errored, but whatever. Okay, so we're in. Here we are. Nothing is happening. Okay, so we're still not getting that to work. But why? You should be adding to the occlusion list. Oh, for one thing, I need to get rid of all this camera code. I don't need this in step event. Delete event, yes. I don't need this either. rotation surface with height. OBJ camera. I don't need that. That might be part of it. No, still not working. Surface create, surface. Camera apply, camera 0. Align with the view. View underscore camera. Camera 0. That's what we're using. View enable 0, view underscore camera 0. Alarm 1 resets the. This is where you get Windows Center. Do I need to do this inside of the camera? I wouldn't think so. Oh, excuse me. Did I forget something? Draw my silhouette. Oh, I didn't use debug. Whoops. Yeah, it would have to be not hitting any of that code. It's not doing anything. Did I hit debug? Yeah, if I hit debug, it's just not doing anything. Yeah, that's crazy. Why not? You're present. For var, DS list size, occlusion list. Where do I add you to the occlusion list? You get added right here inside with silhouette manager. DS list add. This is set inside of the depth object, so all depth objects are added to this list. Because it needs to be in draw order, so I'm just gonna hit this. And then object silhouette manager should be right here. this the inspector? There we go. Yeah, Silhouette Manager is right there. I didn't change the name, which I probably should. Can I hit play? No, debug. Because I didn't quite copy the text verbatim or anything. It's not like it doesn't fit my code. I've changed everything specifically. Yeah, that code's just not running. Like at all. It's completely skipping past that. Why? I put it in room init, which is the first room. Oh! It's not persistent. That's what it is. It's not persistent. That has to be persistent for that to work. There it is. Works like a charm. Now you can see him no matter where he is. Woo! Except behind non-object instances. Because that's just a sprite. So I need to set that to be, I need to make that an occluder too. Into an object, should I say. Okay. That looks nice. I like that. Yeah. And then I can change, and now that I've done that, everything works right. Hit save. I don't need these these breakpoints anymore. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Shaders are cool, man. Jeez. I need to go into Drake, and then I need to change some of his HSV values. So hue, saturation. Wait, what is? Yeah, hue, saturation, and value. So I need to change his hue. Let me see. Hue, saturation, and value color picker. HSL. Here we go. Now I can make this red. Make it like a little lighter. Yeah, something like that. Make it a little oranger. Yeah, so 12, 68, 51. Okay. 12, 68, 51. And just so I don't have to worry about it later, go ahead and go into purple. 68, 51, 294. And go ahead and change that for Mia. 68, 51. And what did I say? 294. 294. Save, play. Oh, that is not the color I was expecting. Okay, so that's not the right values, or those aren't the right values, which is weird because am I using them in the wrong order? Or maybe this color picker isn't what I'm looking for. Oh, wait. I'm silly. I think I'm using the wrong values. I'm supposed to be using the RGBA. That. I think that's what I need. No, that's pink. So that's not quite it either. That's so interesting. Oh, well. That's... You said HSL? Is this what I'm supposed to use? What did I have before? 12. Get rid of the percentages. Okay, that's not it either. This is interesting. This is looking for hue, saturation, and value. Oh wait, this is an HSL color picker. Is that not what I'm looking for? Oh yeah, HSL should be right. Maybe... Okay, let's do this. Hold on. This is the wrong project. I can close this actually. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go back to what it was before, and then let's mess with this first value. Because 255, 196, 196. And 186 gets me this. So if I do 10, right. No, 255. 255, 194. Let's say this is 200. 2 makes it blue. Okay, so that's so interesting. So let's say there's no red. Actually, let's say there's all red. Oh, shit. So that's white. That's every single color. So then if I bring this down to 3, and then this down to 3, that's how I get red. So like 255, 255, 3, and 255, 255, let's say 0 here. Or let's say all blue. So we got all blue. We take away the 0 here. Okay, so that gives me purple. So if I do, let's say I want 255 and then 0, 0 on the other value, so I get full red. Save, play. Because I think this is using RGB. I can't really tell. No, that's black. Okay, so it is using saturation and value. So if I raise this to 255, what do I get? That raises the saturation to max. Okay, still black. Because the value is empty. So if I may raise the value to 255, so that's all 255s. Hit play. It's weird because I feel like this just isn't applying to, okay, this isn't applying to any like color scale that I know. So if I take the saturation and half it, oh, well, let's not say half it. Let's just take it to down to like 125. This is close to half, but okay, so that makes it pinker. So let's say if I bring this down to 200 and then raise this up to 200. Who's calling me? My dad. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Hold on. Screen record. Wrong one. There we go. I gotta differentiate those. Let me change the name of this. Hold on. Rename this to face cam. And then this can stay screen record. Now hopefully that'll help me click the right one at a glance. All right, so that's 255, 200, 200. So what color okay, I get a nice red. So now if I go to the color picker, this isn't gonna remotely be what I'm looking for. Right, like, what values are they using? Hue, saturation. Maybe Clip Studio will use the right ones. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna open Clip. Cause that's super weird. Alright, Clip Studio, Paint EX. Cause I use hue, saturation, and value here. Down in the corner. Can I make this bigger? Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I use all the time is HSV. So I'm gonna open file. Just give me like a new canvas. That's pretty big, but I don't care. This. Alright. So this is black. So we need 255, 200, and 200. No, it doesn't work like that on here either. I don't need a percentage, I need a value. I guess that's the issue. The saturation is working in value. Oh, that, I get it. So like, hold on, I need my calculator. Because I think I see what it's doing here. 200 divided by 255 is 78%. So if I make this 78%, and then, well, even then, that's still wrong. No, same thing. Yeah, that would be purple. I don't get this. I don't understand these values. Hold on. Make color HSV game maker. Nah, give me the function, bro. Cause this shit doesn't make any sense. Okay, Game Maker provides this function as well as others to permit the users to make their own colors. This particular function takes 3 component parts: hue, saturation, and value, also known as luminosity, HSL, right? Which is what I used, an HSL calculator, and this shit was wrong. That shit is weird as fuck. 255. Yeah, 255. These values are taken as between 0 and 255, so you can make 16,777,216 colors with this. Below you can see an image of how these components look when separated. Hue. Right. Oh, okay. So the max value on this one is 360. Why? I get it. The max value puts you at red. And then 70. So this 78% and you were at 78%. No, that's wrong too. So you're like somewhere in here. That's so strange. Hold on, let me look back at this. 255, okay. So your hue is 0, saturation 192, value 128, and then value, which is luminosity, and 255 would be the brightest. So if I went in and changed my my saturation to be lower, so let's just say like 180, save, play. Okay, I like that color better. Yeah, that looks cool. There's still like a weird little outline on the character when you... Yeah, like there's like a part that's not considered occluded. That bothers me, but I don't think anyone's gonna really notice it. might be just because of the way that I've drawn this. Yeah, I think it is. It's like the brush I use. It doesn't agree with it, but it doesn't really matter. Once I'm probably gonna clean this up with like a cleaner brush than this. Yeah. Okay, so that works. Cool stuff. Perfect. So that is off my list. So I'm gonna hit save. I'm gonna take me a little screen recording because I'm satisfied with this. R. There we go. Now you can always see him. Thank you, shaders. That's nice. Okay, so that is off my list. Let's go to here, and I have a full understanding of what I just did. Except for the color shit. That doesn't make a lick of sense to me, because I don't understand why those values just are not calculatable verbatim on a color picker. Game Maker damn near needs its own color picker for that. That's weird. It just does not make sense to me. But it be what it be. This run is so slow for the speed he's moving. And I feel like I tweak it all the time and it never gets better. I think it's not even the I don't even know if it's the speed. It might be the animation itself. But sometimes I feel like it's just right. It's weird. Now he can't hide behind trees. Alright. I need to change these to stop being like a layer of their own. The foreground layer. Where is it? Right here. These need to be objects. Oh yeah, this is what the room editor looks like for this, by the way. And then all the code just does a bunch of finagling to make this look good, scaled correctly, all that. So I have a depth sorting system, and now I have a shader system applied to the depth order. So that's nice. I can go back to my Trello. And then shader for when you're behind an object is complete. And I'm gonna add a date. Today is the 29th. Save. And we did that. Just today. So now I need to do a grass spawner using vertex buffers and grass blowing in the wind shader. Also 2 foreign things. Now I could do that, or I could do some more UI design. Let me pull up my... Hold on. Because right now... Here we go. Pull up my Clip Studio. Cloud. Hello, Cloud. Alright, so this is already downloaded. This is just for the turntable testing. I'll just leave that be. And then I'm gonna open, where is it? It's in here somewhere. I don't know why I feel blind. Concept art. Is it right here? Did it not download the update? Yeah, download and overwrite. Yes. Thought it would have already did that. That was weird. Okay. There we go. Successfully downloaded. Exit that. Right. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Now I'm gonna open this. And then paint. I'm really enjoying like updating like the UI and all the art and stuff. That feels really good to do. For one thing that I want to do is I need to go to where is the pause menu one? Pause menu? Yeah, right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go into this. I'm actually gonna bring this down. I'm gonna open the game. And I'm gonna get a new screenshot. It says S. Let's start up on this corner. Whoop. Then I'm gonna go to Clip Studio. I hit Control V. Then I'm gonna unclip this. And I'm gonna drag this to be right here. Boom. Save. and get rid of that just so it doesn't annoy me. And then also shave off that little part that I screwed up. There we go. Now it looks like we have a screenshot of the pause menu working in the new version of the game. Why is there a random white dot right there? Yeah, what layer is that on? I need to fix that. It's probably in whatever layer I do that. Yeah, there we go. Eraser. What layer was that again? This one. There. Okay. So that's nice. And then I have all of this. Where's that sketch? Here it is. Got some sketches here. So I want to actually grab this. Control C. That's not going to control C the way I want it to, because this is a, yeah, there we go. This, I need this. Control C, and then I'm gonna mute you again, boop you, doot you, put that back the way it was. What is this? I'm gonna change the name of this to Battle UI. Got one more old screenshot. I don't even remember why I took that fourth, actually. I mean, I guess I still need to do like selecting enemy or something. I don't have like talking to a character yet, so I'm not gonna worry about like replacing that screenshot. Here we go. Pause menu. I need to get rid of that. Yeah, so I'm gonna name this one pause home. And then I'm gonna make a new folder. Not a new, that's a new layer, a new folder. Then add a new layer. Then clip the whole folder, and I'm gonna name this folder party menu. And then I'm gonna hit Control V. I'm gonna drag this over. I'm gonna resize it to fit the screen. Scale and rotate. Something like that. And then I need it to free transform. Actually, no, I don't. Control Z. Just doot it over so that it's like roughly centered. Okay. And then I'll just crop out this extra bit. And now I can go into this and then draw. Let me see. I'm using my mouse right now because I don't feel like switching to draw mode. And then just do the thumbs and stuff like this. Just for now. Maybe at some point, since you can kind of see him in the background, if you have the other menu up, maybe I'll make it to where you can see him open his phone, make an animation for that. Okay, so now I have this. Okay. I'm just gonna put this layer right here. So now it'll be like, okay, let me zoom in. Okay, so it's like, all right, I need to pause the game. Wait, shit. Yeah, there we go. I need to pause the game. Boop. So you'll do this, and there'll be like some sort of like animation of him like flipping the phone on screen, I think. And then like these will like slide in from the side, and pause will come from the top or something. So then he'll pause the game like that. And then you'll pick something on this screen, which I'm gonna probably make icons that are similar to this radio menu. And I'll make them like phone apps kind of. And then boop. And then he'll like flip his phone and it'll go into that menu. That's the goal. Something like that. So I'm gonna hit save. Okay. And then I'm gonna mute this and make that clear. Alright, so I'm gonna work on that at some point. Then I have to do the track list or the turn cue. I have to find some way to make that look interesting and also match the kind of like boombox aesthetic I've switched to. Because when I was doing pixel art, I was trying to do like turntables, and it was cool, but it was kind of bland for what it was trying to be. But now I can do more with it. Okay, let's see here. So that's what. So I've been working on like this document, kind of just screwing around with some UI stuff. I want to do so in my, hold on, I'm gonna go to my Trello real quick. I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna make a quick commit because we're done with shaders. Or we're done with that shader. Let me make sure. Just see what I changed. Alright. Added occlusion shader. Shader for when a player character goes behind an object is now working perfectly. Thanks, Pixelated Hope. That's my guy. I'm gonna commit that to main. I'm gonna push it to origin. Alright. So now that's completely done. We don't have to worry about that anymore for the most part. Maybe like some tweaking, some art asset stuff. Create environment art assets. That's on the back burner. I'm gonna move the back burner over here, next to the prototype build. Maybe I'll go back into the prototype build just to test certain things. I don't know. Man, I have been working on like the prototype for this for a long time. August 2020, man. Just doing basic stuff like text boxes and changing the being able to select different enemies in battle. Just feels like a long time ago. Okay. I've been kind of ignoring like everything to this side. Because I'm just like, I'll worry about that later. We'll put the new pause menu in here. Where is it? Create new menu system. Oh, well, shit. I have a thing for that. I'll just take that back over here. I'll clean up the cards to the rightmost of this later. Probably at some point. Should I put like overworld status UI? Like, should I put like how much health you have and stuff in the overworld? I don't think it matters, but I do think I need some sort of HUD in the overworld because I'm thinking about doing like overworld abilities, like Drake being able to like blow flames or something to solve puzzles or burn down obstacles. So, character portrait sketches is on my list because I still have like a good grip more that I want to do. I forgot about the Coliseum MVP that I wanted to do. I'll worry about that later. Right now we're worried about the grass spawner, but we'll get there. I need to just poke around in the Trello for a second. Reintegrate the dialogue system, clean up the character portraits. So I want to do that soon, but that's like, I can save that for like an art stream some other time or something. And then we'll specifically just chill and draw some characters. Clean up character portraits, new UI update, which I already have been working on. I have to create all the art assets and the UI elements. And then I need to integrate the dialogue system. And I'll add like an outline to the text. I need to make a 9 slice. I need to make a new carrots. Yeah, I forgot I need to make a 9 slice. That shouldn't be too hard. I think I'm gonna do like a 9 slice with like a slant that matches the dialogue box. Because hold on. Do I have Scribble Gen 9 right buff? I'm not worried about that. Text box. No. Message. Oh, I don't have my sprite, so I guess it's not here. I could have sworn I had an object for... Oh, never mind. You just need the sprite. You just need the sprite. I remember now. So if I go into sprites, I have background character. If I just make like a create group, and then gave it like a UI group, and then reordered my shit to be actually the right order. system, depth learning system. And then I could just create a 9 slice here. And so that'll be nice. Eventually I'll be able to do my dialogue system. I'll make some NPCs. Rework the dialogue system, particle effects. I'm gonna save particle effects. Actually, why not do particle effects while I'm sitting here programming new things? Might as well do particles at some point. Grass spawner using vertex buffers. Then I'll do game saving and loading because I'll have NPCs. Because I plan to have I want a specific NPC to be the save point. I want to do saving when you enter and exit a room. Or enter a room, should I say. Actually, let's do exit a room. And then you'll start in the next room on game load. Then, overworld enemies. And then I want to do second party member after I do test NPCs, because I want to do where you talk to a party member and then it runs a script that adds them to your party, maybe play some fanfare, puts a message on screen that says they joined your party, and then you'll be able to just move around with them, and it'll change that NPC object into the party member object. That's the goal. Did I add? Create new NPC, second party member. Yeah, I did add it. Okay. So slowly but surely, we're getting back. Actually, way faster than the original version, but we're getting back to where we were. Because eventually, after I get done with overworld enemies, we'll basically be at the point where we need to start doing battle again. For the most part. Maybe do some tweaks to the cutscene system. But I'll worry about that after battles, probably. Or after battles are stable. Battles probably won't be feature complete for a while. So then we would do the enemy encounter system after that. And then I would refine the cutscene states. Which the cutscene system doesn't really need that much changing, actually. Because I'm pretty sure cutscene functions. It has basically all the functionality I need. Change the direction you're facing. Change an object's variable. Create dialogue. Cutscene instance create. Create an object at a certain position. Destroy an instance. Destroy the closest instance. Move the character. I don't even think I need to do all of this move code here. I actually need to edit this move code. I need to just run argument, target Y, target. I need to edit this code like pretty badly. Because this is going to have the collision issues that I hadn't fixed before. And I could also just use my move script, can't I? For this? Where? Elder. Yeah. I'll fix that at some point. That's what I'll do later. And then you have to wait. You have to start battle. Yeah. Cutscene system doesn't really need that much changing. Changing things to UI does. Changing things to HD didn't do much for it. So I just need to change the cutscene. Change cutscene move object script. How long have we been live? 3 hours. We're doing good. Look at us. Making progress. Because I haven't gotten to program in a week, and I finally got that shader thing off my list. I knew it wouldn't be hard. Mostly because I had an example project to work from. So I need to, for particle effects, start with a simple dust particle. Yeah, so I want to do like dust around his feet when he's running. And I'm doing all of this because I want to make sure the game, even in development, is like somewhat pretty. So that if I like screenshot it or make videos, it's like, ooh, look at that. Like it pops. It looks interesting. So then when I post it, it's like visually engaging. So that people are like inclined to be like, ooh, what does this do? Or, ooh, that's nice. Sorry. I got like hard distracted for a second. Okay. I need to work on the grass. So I have a tutorial on vertex buffers that I need to consume. Let's see. I'll keep this. Let me finish this uniform shader tutorial. Why not? I'm going to finish this and then I'm going to pull up the vertex buffer shader. God, I really love how this UI looks. The offset text was a great idea. Shout out to my friend Plangent. That's the guy. Because offsetting the text makes it to where like you can still see enough of the health bar to where the health bar is readable at a glance, but you still get the number values that are necessary for an RPG. Excuse me. The only thing that won't have a number value is the action bar because you don't really need it. It's 0 to 100. It's either not full or full. Once it's full, you get a max indication, and then it's your turn. Or it's your turn to choose an action. I also really like these like eyes. They look good. It's like when you make characters, it's always so interesting. It's weird, like, sometimes it feels like an outer body experience with characters, because, like, I made these characters, but I'm still so, like, into the characters. Like, they're mine, but I'm, like, invested in them as if I was just consuming this separately. So, like, when I see, like, their eyes like this, I'm like, oh, look at them. Look at my guys. Look at them chilling. And I can tell exactly who's who, and it's just nice. Like, the color coordination that I did for the characters feels good. I think their silhouettes stand out nicely, which you can notice here. Like, I'm glad I did the flame horns for Drake, because, like, between his, the ponytail dreads and the horns, it's, like, so obvious who he is within the context of the game. He also has, like, the puffy sweatpants and, like, the big red shoes with the outstuck tongue, or, like, the long tongue on the shoe. And then Mia, you have, like, a little hair on the side for the side shave. Or not really side shave, but side swept braids, I guess. And then, got her in this nice action pose, because she's a hand-to-hand fighter. It's good stuff. I didn't draw her apron down here in the silhouette. Maybe I'll add that later when I think about it. Alright. Tutorial.
Contrast right now. Contrast would be similar to what I'm going to do, but the math behind it would be a bit different. So instead of time, I don't really need the time uniform there anymore, but I guess I can keep there because it's not hurting anything. Let's set the uniform to brightness. To do, but the math shader. Let's define another uniform, which is going to be brightness.
Makes it a float
let's
value.
yank this sideways into a brightness and contrast shader or something like that, or at least brightness, because I don't really feel like doing contrast right now. Contrast would be similar to what I'm going to do, but the math behind it would be a bit different. So instead of time, I don't really need the time uniform there anymore, but I guess I can keep there because it's not hurting anything. Let's set the uniform to brightness. Like that. And this is going to be just a scale factor that the color is multiplied by. All brightness is, and a fun little coincidence that you might be interested in is right before I sat down to record these shader videos, someone posted on the Game Maker Reddit asking about how brightness works and stuff. So that's fresh on my mind. The brightness of a color is just the total of the red, green, and blue color values. So if we were to say color red times equals brightness, color green, color blue, you could...
The correct way to do brightness would be by adding a value to an existing color instead of multiplying. What I'm doing here is actually more similar to contrast, but the point
just as easily
stands.
say color.rgb times equals brightness. You're allowed to do that. As I've mentioned before, swizzling vectors, swizzling components of vectors to access multiple members at the same time. It saves you a little bit of time as the programmer. It makes your code a little bit neater. It's apparently slightly faster for the computer to process as well. So over here, if we set brightness to 1, 1 is the multiplicative identity. So you can multiply anything by it and it'll come out the same as it started. You could multiply it by 0 instead, which would turn everything black. Someone is banging on something with a hammer. Multiplying anything by 0.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck?
Identity process as well. Multiple members.
Set uniform.
Times equals brightness, color green, color blue. You could just as easily say color.r.
Uniform brightness. Okay, so it goes into the shader, gets the uniform, and then you can set the uniform to something with set uniform F. And uniform F is a uniform float. And that's where you would set it.
RGB times equals brightness. You're allowed to do that.
Cool,
as I've mentioned before, swizzling vectors, swizzling components of vectors to access multiple members at the same time. It saves you a little bit of time as the programmer. It makes your code a little bit neater. It's apparently slightly faster for the computer to process as well. So over here, if we set brightness to 1, 1 is the multiplicative identity. So you can multiply anything by it and it'll come out the same as it started. You could multiply it by 0 instead, which would turn everything black. Someone is banging on something with a hammer. Multiplying anything by 0 is 0. The color value of 0, 0, 0 is black. If you wanted to darken it slightly, without going fully 0, you can. That is 0.5. This is going to be 0.25, which is very dark.
That's useful.
If you wanted to brighten it, you could multiply it by a value greater than 1. So 2. And again, if you do that, you might want to watch the bounds. That looks really washed out. If you do that, you might want to watch the bounds of this so that it never goes higher than 1. I don't really care. If you multiply it by a big enough number, let's say 10, then everything will be set to everything that is non-zero will be white. If you do that, then it's going to be really yellow. That looks
the
really
holy
bizarre.
duck.
I don't even know what's going on there. Anyway, let's see what happens if I put these all together. It's gonna look like something, I'm sure. Am I actually using the, I am. So these are uniforms. You can use them to customize the behavior of your shader during runtime while the game is playing. And you can use that for whatever cool things you want. In the next shader the game is playing. And you can use that for whatever cool things you want. In the next shader videos, I am thinking I'm going to talk about other types of image processing. For example, blurring, mosaic filtering, posterization. I would say color inversion, except you can probably guess what you would do to achieve color inversion already, given what I've shown off in these videos. So I guess I'll make that a homework assignment or something. I'm probably going to stick with 2D shader things, at least for a little while, before I get onto things like 3D lighting and that kind of stuff. Just so that I don't, like, dump a bunch of information on everyone's head at once. But definitely, if you have a preference for something that you want to see when it comes to shaders, let me know. I guess the exception would be things like cell shading, toon shading, because that relies on a combination of a couple things that I have yet to talk about, and I'd like to save those for later. I need to go over the building blocks first, that are in all the usual places. Otherwise, I try to post about...
Good shaders.
Okay, hello all you crazy people.
Alright, I'll fool with that shader tutorial later. I am going to pull up... Do I have that in my Trello? I think I saved it. Whoops. I did. Nice.
Hey there, this tutorial is about making grass in GameMaker. You wanna place grass in your room, but if you use objects, it's gonna slow down your game. So we are not gonna use objects at all. Instead, we are gonna use a vertex buffer. A vertex buffer is how you tell the GPU to draw something. It's kind of low level. You have to build everything with triangles. Let's say you wanna draw this image with a vertex buffer. So this...
Yep, so every sprite is split into triangles for the sake of being processed by your GPU because it is the most simple shape that can be processed, because a line is because a line has 2 points, a triangle has 3, which makes a shape, which makes it the simplest. A line isn't necessarily a shape.
It's a rectangle. But to build this, you need to create 2 triangles. A triangle has 3 vertices. So you will be making 6 vertices in total. Now let's take a look at one single vertex. For each vertex, you'll need to pass in some data. The data required will be set up with your vertex format. Our vertex format will require this data: position, text code, and color. So each vertex will be made.
What happened? Did something just restart? No. Okay, that was weird. Vertex buffers. Right. I want to use a period. Images are made up of triangles by the GPU. Mm-hmm. Can't remember how to. I think it's vertices. How do you spell vertices? Vertices. Yeah, that's right. It's IES. Yep.
Made up of this data.
Position, tech chord, and color. Vertices made up of position, text, chord, and color. There is a V in there. True! There's a V in there somewhere.
This is the position where the vertex will be drawn. This is the texture coordinates. And this will define the color and the alpha of the vertex. Now with the texture coordinates, the vertices will be mapped on the texture page. And this is how the image will be drawn. And so in this way, we'll be drawing multiple images in the same vertex buffer. So let's begin. Here we have a simple project with a moving player. Now the grass that we are gonna draw is here. We have 3 sub-images, so there will be some variation in the grass. Then here we have a simple box image. This will be used to define a grass area. Now we are gonna go into objects. Here we are gonna create a new object. This will be O grass area.
Okay.
Here I'm gonna select the sprite. And now we are gonna add the create event. Here we'll be creating our vertex buffer. So first we are gonna set up some variables. Now this is the sprite that we are gonna use for the grass. Then this is how many frames sprite.
His
set
draw.
up some variables.
The way he like draws out words is just so interesting. It's pulling me in. Ah! Whew. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stream, but
now this
I am
is
gonna
the
watch
sprite
this again.
that we are gonna use for the grass. Then this is how many frames we have in that sprite. So to get that, we use sprite get number. Now we are getting the texture page of the sprite. So we do that with sprite get texture. We pass in the sprite ID and
now I drew. Let me see. I drew a bunch of grass sprites. File. Open. No. For a sprite sheet. Yeah, I drew a bunch of grass sprites here. So I guess what I could do is pull up my grass sprite sheet and just add those. Save. I need to export this again. Export as a single layer PNG. Environment art scaled by half. Save. Yes. Scaled by 50. Okay. Then I can go into Game Maker. I'm gonna make a new sprite. Sprites, decorations.
Create sprite SPR grass. Then I'm gonna import. No. Edit image. Import from strip image. I'm gonna import strip image. I'm gonna go to environmental art. I'm gonna go to scaled by half. I'm gonna click this. I'm gonna click open. Then I'm gonna zoom in. I'm gonna go to the right spot. I'm gonna make this bigger. Now I can really see. Then I'm gonna zoom in a little further. I'm gonna pick an area, like right here. I'm gonna set this offset back to 0. I'm going to bring this down. Then I'm going to delineate how big this needs to be. 64? Nope. 80? No. Let's just do this. $96 maybe. And then you'll probably be 96 too. Yep. It looks like a little more. Yeah, 97. 98 maybe? There we go. Now let's say there's, I don't know, 4 of these. We'll just grab 4. That's still not enough. This needs to be, I think these need to be 100 by 100. Yeah, that's what it is, roughly. And then I can lower this. Yep. And then I just hit save. Where is it? Convert. We'll just convert 4 of them because that's all we need really. For now. Oh, it's grass. Woo. Okay. So now I have a grass sprite. So I'm gonna hit save. And then I will bring that in just a second. I'm gonna create another sprite. This one's gonna be, do I have a, no, I don't. I'm just gonna make it miscellaneous because I don't feel like making another room object. Create a sprite, edit image, paint bucket tool, boop, save. Actually, I'm gonna make that greener at least. Sprites, you be like a light green. Okay, this is gonna be sprite SPR grass area. Then I need a grass area object.
And the frame. You the sprite.
Yeah. Then I need to go to room editing or level editor. Where is it? Is it up? Sorry. No, it's in objects. Objects, level editing. There we go. Objects, level editing, create object. Object. You're going to be OBJ grass area. You're going to take the sprite grass area. I'm going to add event, a create event. Now I'm caught up with the video. Okay. So let's see what he does.
And now we are gonna add the create event. Here we'll be creating our vertex buffer. So first we are gonna set up some variables. Now this is the sprite that we are gonna use for the grass. Then this is how many frames we have in that sprite. So to get that, we use sprite get number.
And then we're
Now
gonna
we
get
are
the
getting
texture
the
off the
texture
texture
page
sheet.
of the sprite. So we do that with sprite get texture. We pass in the sprite ID and the frame number. Then here we get the width and the height of the grass sprite. Now we have some properties for the grass in the vertex buffer. This is the grass count. So this is how many grass images we have in the vertex buffer. Then we have the color and
color and the alpha. Okay. Alright. So this description is going to be initialize the vertex buffer. That's fine. Initialize the vertex buffer. So we're going to have a sprite. The sprite is going to be SPR grass area. No, SPR grass. SPR grass. Then we're going to get the what was it? Frames and texture. Okay. So we get frames equals sprite. Oh, what is it? Yeah, sprite get number and then sprite get texture. Okay. So we're gonna sprite get number sprite. Then we're gonna do texture equals, wait, is that not? Yeah, that's right. Okay, sprite get texture. Yes. So sprite and the image number is 0. Then we need to get the width of the sprite. Sprite get height. Sprite. And then height equals sprite get. Oh, wait, I did that wrong. Height. This needs to be sprite get width. Alright. Then programming ASMR, loud ass keyboard in your ears at 2 p.m. Stop recording. Wait, why am I reading my... What's going on, bro? My brain just decided to start reading OBS buttons. That's absolutely insane. What did I... Oh, that's what I remember now.
of all the grass in the buffer.
Okay, so I need grass count, which is probably a temporary fix. I'm waiting on someone in the Game Maker Discord to make this library for blue noise, so that my grass distributes more naturally. That'll be cool. But for right now, I've watched this video already, and I already understand like pretty much all that goes into it. So I'm just kind of watching this video again. So this is going to be the grass sprites. Yeah. How much grass to draw? So we're gonna make this like, what is he? He does grass count. No, grass count is fine. I'll do grass count equals grass count equals 500. That just seems like a lot, but whatever. 500, and then we'll do color. Let's see, white and alpha equals 1. So that it's visible. Save. Okay.
Now we are gonna set up some 3D properties and our vertex format. So I'll
Okay.
add this here. Here we are enabling Z testing.
Okay, so this is...
And our vertex format. So I'll add this
Okay,
here.
so this is doing the vertex stuff. Okay. So GPU set
Here we are enabling
Z test
Z
enable.
testing. This is how the grass.
Here's what I'm actually gonna do. I'm gonna damn, sometimes I wish I had 3 monitors. Well, I guess I do if you include my tablet, but I mean like 3 monitors right here. Well, I'm gonna drag my code base to my second monitor, and then I'll let you guys watch the video from there, from the big screen. Okay.
That is closer to the camera will appear in front. And here we are enabling alpha testing. This allows for transparency in the vertex buffer.
Z test enable.
Now here we are creating our vertex format. So with this function, we begin creating it.
GPU.
And here we are defining.
Hold on. So this GPU set alpha test enable true. Probably already enabled from other things. Vertex. So this is the vertex format. Why is this giving me an error? Okay, never mind. It just hadn't went away. Vertex format. Vertex format. Actually, no. I'm just gonna leave this over here so you guys can see. So it's not like I'm just typing into a void. Vertex formats. Begin? Pretty sure it was begin. Yeah. Vertex format begin. And then we start formatting. Whoops. Vertex formats add position 3D. Formats add position 3D. Vertex formats add text chord and add color. Okay. Vertex formats. Add position 3D. Vertex formats. Add text chord. Vertex format. Add color. So make that color. Format equals vertex format end, and then that returns the format into this value. Vertex format end. Yeah, it is end. Okay. Okay. So then we get format. So we get format added into a variable, and then we can use format later on.
The data required by each vertex. First we have position 3D. So we need to pass in the x, y, and z for the vertex. Then we have the texture coordinates. And then we have the color. And then with this function, we end our vertex format. The format can then be accessed through this variable. And now we are gonna build our vertex buffer. So I'll be adding a lot of code here.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
So after building the vertex format, this is where we are. Here we are creating our vertex buffer. And with this, we are gonna start writing into that buffer.
Okay. Damn, you do all this in the creator event. I mean, it makes sense you do all this in the creator event. I take it back. I am going to drag this over because this is a lot of shit to type. And it's easier to be able to actually look at it where I don't have to click off of anything. Vertex buffer. So we are creating the buffer. Text create buffer. And then we're going to vertex begin. And we're going to do that beginning inside of the vbuff vertex buffer, and then we're going to do it based on the current format, the format we just set up. So then we're going to repeat for the duration of the grass count. Vertex begin vbuff. Alright, so we're going to repeat for the duration of the grass count. We're going to get the grass coordinates. So I'm going to tab in. So we're going to get the grass coordinates. Var x1 I random range. No. I random range. B box left. B box right. You get the bounding box of the sprite. So B box left and right. Oh, just somewhere inside of the bounding box. Okay, never mind. I get what it's saying. Okay, so X, Y. So it needs somewhere inside of the bounding box. So I'm going to create a Y1 equals I random range B box top. So somewhere in between the B box top and the B box bottom, which is going to be the area of the object or the sprite. So then we get a var x2 plus, no, rx2 equals underscore x1 plus the width of the sprite, and then var y2 equals y1 plus the height of the sprite. And then we'll get the depth, var depth equals negative underscore y2. All right, can you get rid of the errors, please? Thank you. Okay, so on the var y2. So then we need to get the texture coordinates. So I'm gonna let him explain up to this. Okay.
So we are writing into this vertex buffer, and we are using this vertex format.
Yep.
Now we are gonna create the two triangles for each grass image in this repeat loop. So all the code here is gonna be repeated this many times. And so that's how many grass images will be created in the vertex buffer. Now we are gonna look inside the repeat loop. Here we are getting the grass coordinates. And this will be a rectangle. So this rectangle is where the grass image will be drawn in the room. Now this is the top left corner of the rectangle. and this is the bottom right corner. Now to get the x1, we are doing this. We are getting a random integer between b box left and b box right. These are the left and right edges of the grass area. Now for y1, we are doing something similar. Of course, the range here is from b box top to b box bottom. So the grass image will be placed randomly inside the grass area.
Right.
Now here we have the x2. For that we are adding the width to x1. And this is the width of the grass sprite. Then for the y2, we are adding the height to y1. Now here we have the depth value for the grass image. We are setting it to -y2. Now this is the same technique as when we do depth equals -y in an object.
Okay.
Now here we are getting the texture coordinates. First of all, we are selecting.
Alright, did I start typing texture coordinate stuff? No. Okay. So I'm going to type this up real quick. And then like go into what I understand it as. Texture coordinates. Because I'm kind of like trying to denote what it is before he tells me. And then like use him to check my work just to make sure I'm analyzing this code correctly. So frame equals I random frames -1. So that's what frames is what we used for, yes, how many frames are in the sprite. So this is which frame we're going to be on. And then we have the UVs of the sprite. So var underscore UVs. Oh, no. Underscore UVs equals sprite get UVs sprite, and then for the frame that it's on. So this is getting the UVs from the texture page so that we know exactly which image we're getting. So then we get triangle 1, and then we start drawing vertexes. So the first triangle of the vertex is the top left triangle of the square. So we need to get the vertex position. The vertex position 3D, because that's the format that we delineated before. We need to get it for the V buffer, or the vertex buffer. Then we need to go x1, y1, and depth. So that gives us the x, y, and z of this particular triangle in the vertex buffer. Or this particular vertex in the vertex buffer. Note, this particular vertex of the triangle. There we go. This is the top left vertex of the first triangle. Then we need the text chord, so the texture coordinates. Vertex, text chord, vbuff underscore UVs. So we need this to be 0 and underscore UVs 1. So that gets the texture coordinates on the texture page, and the UV would be, it would be 0 . Wait. Wouldn't it be? I thought it would be 0, 0. He'll explain it. Vertex color vbuff color alpha Then I need to copy this and do this multiple times. Okay, and then change the values. Explain the UVs.
A random frame number to be used. So the maximum value for that random number is frames minus 1. That is the last frame in the sprite. So the frame will be a random number between 0 and this value. And now we are getting
Must be the shaders and you. Jesus Christ. Why am I so sad the whole time? The game dev asks, who listens to sad music while writing a sad story for their sad game, which tackles the depths of depression while working through nights. Must be shaders in Unity. Nah. Yo. These sad story writers getting cooked. Alright. Let's see here.
the actual texture coordinates.
Okay, so these are the actual texture coordinates. That's how you what
the
UVs
actual
are.
texture coordinates. For that we use.
What does UV stand for? Understanding UVs, love them, hate them, they're essential. What are UVs? UVs are two-dimensional texture coordinates that correspond with the vertex information of your for your geometry. UVs are vital because they provide the link between a surface mesh and how an image texture gets applied into the surface. They are basically maker points that control which pixels on the texture correspond to which vertex in the 3D mesh. They are important for sculpting as well. What does UV stand for? I'm curious. Ultraviolet? Is that what it means? For real? 3D. Signifies the action, the UV map, UV mapping. The U is the left direction and the V is the up direction. Oh! It doesn't stand for anything. Those are the letters used to denote what it's like XYZ. U and V just means left and up. It just means the horizontal and vertical direction. I think. Something like that. I'm pretty sure it doesn't stand for anything. That's interesting. Okay. So that's how that works. Right.
Sprite get UVs. We pass in the sprite ID and the frame number. And so we get the UVs for the image. These are simply the texture coordinates. So this will be an array. The array will have these elements. The left X, the top Y, the right X, and the bottom Y. So these
so that means 0 and 1 is the top left vertex. Oh man, I'm silly. I'm so silly. I should have known that's exactly what that meant. Oh wow. So then if I go to the next vertex, which would be the X2 and the Y1. Right, so then this would be X2, and this would be 2, because it's the X2, and this would be 3, because I need Y2, you need to be Y2, you stay X1, and you stay 0. Okay, yep. I understand now. I understand how to map the points in the triangle. So I need to do this for triangle 2.
Build our triangles.
Nope, I don't even want to see the code for triangle 2. I can do it myself. Okay. Triangle 1, triangle 2. So triangle 2 is going to use the same
No. These positions. Wait, no. Okay, it starts in. Do you start in the bottom corner? No. Okay, I'm right. So you start here. This is what I'm gonna get rid of. I'm gonna get rid of this. 2. Alright, so it just needs a new third position. Because they still have, the triangles share 2 points. So I need the last position, which is going to be x2 and, I mean, not x2, y2. I mean, x2 and y2. That's exactly what I meant. Yes. So x2 is 2 and y2 is 3. Y1 is 0 and x1 is 1. Yep. Alright. So that'll do it. And
Here
those
we
are
have a
triangles.
whole rectangle for the grass image.
Mm-hmm.
These are the 2 triangles that make up our rectangle. Each triangle has 3 vertices. And each vertex has some data. Now this vertex is the top left corner of the first triangle. We are passing in the data as defined by the vertex format. First we have the position. In the first argument of all of these functions, we are gonna have the vertex buffer. From the second argument, we have the x, y and z. So for the x and the y, we are passing in x1 and y1. And for the z, we are passing in the depth. Now after this line, we have the texture coordinates. For that we are passing in uv0 and uv1. So that would be the top left corner of the texture image. Now here we are setting the color for this vertex. So we are simply passing in the color and the alpha. Now this way we have set up our first vertex. And here is our second vertex. This is the top right corner. For the x and y here, we are passing in the x2 and y1. Then for the UVs, we have 2 and 1. And then again the same color and alpha. Now we come to the third and final vertex of this triangle. This would be at the bottom left corner. For the position here, we have x1 and y2. Then for the UVs, we have 0 and 3. So this now makes up our first triangle. And now we are gonna build our second triangle. First let's take a look here. You can see that these 2 vertices exist in the first triangle and in the second triangle.
They share a triangle, which makes them, they share vertices, 2 vertices, which makes them a square.
As the vertices here. So the only different vertex here is this one, and this is the bottom right corner. So here the x and y position is x2 and y2, and the UVs here are 2 and 3. So now the grass image is complete. Now after the repeat loop is over, we have this. Here we stop writing to the vertex buffer using vertex end. And then we freeze the buffer using vertex freeze. This way the buffer becomes read only. So now you can't change it. Now by
Okay, vertex in and vertex freeze. Alright. Add those on the outside of the repeat. The outside of the repeat loop. Vertex end vbuff. Vertex freeze vbuff. And then save.
By doing this, the vertex buffer becomes faster, and since we don't need to change it now, we are freezing it. Now we are gonna add the draw event. Here we are gonna draw the vertex buffer. To draw a vertex buffer, we use vertex submit. This is the vertex buffer that we are drawing. And this is basically how the vertices will be interpreted.
Okay, vbuff PR triangle list texture. All right. Description. Draw the vertex buffer. VBuff. No. Vertex. Submit. VBuff. The primitive PR triangle list. Triangle list, and then we need the text. Do I have a texture? Yeah, there is a texture variable. It's right there. Texture. Alright, so that's how we draw it.
In our vertex buffer, we have a list of triangles. So here we are specifying triangle list. And finally, we are passing in the texture. Now we are gonna do some cleaning up in the cleanup event. I'll add this here.
Oh yeah, you gotta get rid of the vertex. You gotta get rid of the vertex buffer. Vertex buffer, vertex delete buffer, vertex format delete. Okay, vbuff and delete. So I'm gonna add event, clean up. Description, clean up vertex buffers. Vertex. No. Yeah, vertex delete, but why did it delete? Vertex delete buffer vbuff. Vertex format. Delete format. Okay, save. No, don't play. I don't need you to build.
Here we are simply deleting the vertex buffer and the vertex format.
Right.
Now in my room, I'm gonna place some grass areas.
Okay, so I'm not worried about that part yet.
Run the game and the event. I'm gonna set the depth here.
Depth equals bbox underscore bottom. Okay. Add an end step. Manage depth. Equals bbox. No, negative bbox bottom. So that should get me some depth
It's
on it
equal
too.
The end step event. And the player is less, so the grass area is large of the grass area. Remove that with its height.
Okay, sprite width. So this is what I wanted. Okay. So just go to the create event, go back up here because 500 is still kind of ridiculous in terms of spread. Sprite width times sprite height divided by 40. Save, play.
We are then dividing that by 40. So the grass count will now be dependent on the size of the area.
Right.
I'm gonna run the game.
Okay, so now I can test it. So I'm going to go into room testing. Okay, I'm going to take a grass area sprite. I can't do that. Hold on. I gotta go to room. Where's my... There we go. I was about to say. I'm gonna make a new layer for grass. Can I do that? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Drag this down here. Rename grass. My layer for grass. I'm gonna take this. Because this doesn't get depth sorted the same way. Oh shit. I can't see it.
There we go. Now I can see. Grass. Take this. Just gonna drag it down this way. And then drag it across here. Just to see if it works. Control C, V, take this here. Because it's not really gonna be like accurate 100% to what I'm trying to. Can you change the opacity of layers here? I don't even know. Control C, V. Let's drag this over here. Can I rotate this and it still adhere? Oh my goodness. I'm just curious. Just fine the way it is. Alright, save. One more. Put like a little one right here. I'm just curious how this looks mostly. This might not even be something that I can do really with my current game format. Huh? Grass count not set before reading. Repeat grass count. Abort. Did I type grass count wrong? I did. Play. Why did it not tell me that grass count wasn't set before reading? That's weird. It usually would tell me that. Oh my dear goodness gracious! Oh wait, I forgot. I turned all the instance layers off. That's a lot of fucking grass. Way too much grass. I'm hoping like the depth works correctly. No, it doesn't. Oh my goodness gracious, that's a lot of fucking grass. That's hilarious. That shit is so funny to me, Jesus. It clearly doesn't work. It clearly doesn't work, by the way. Sorry, with white height. What if I divide it by 100? What does that do? Does it make it more sparse? I feel like that made it more dense. That didn't do anything. Or if I just make this like 10. Well, no. That's probably not going to do anything. It made this like 10. What does that do? Now I'm just fooling around. This shit is not working. Oh god. That's a lot. Oh dear goodness gracious. Okay. I could tell from the way that took a long time to load. That's a ridiculous amount. Okay, what about this? Okay, that's less. It's weird that the depth's not working right. It's probably because... No, that's under it. Probably because depth sorting is a completely different system. Because that shit's just putting grass wherever the fuck. This is just so funny. Well, I know how vertex buffers work, but I know this ain't gonna work for my game right now. I'm just gonna
Can I just make this? I can, but I should just delete these. And just delete these for now. Okay. That is a failure. Oh, jeez, that was funny. And there we go. That's what we did today. I'm gonna save this and just say attempted vertex buffer grass did not succeed. Oh geez, that's so funny. I'm not even mad about it. I followed like one tutorial and it took me like no time, but I did learn how to I did learn how vertex buffers work. So that's cool. Alright.
Now the grass is more constant. Now you can fill the whole room with grass and the game will still run fine. So this is very fast because it runs entirely on the GPU. But as a result, you can't collide with the grass. Maybe you
Don't
use
care.
objects as I use. Now the grass that we are gonna draw is here.
Alright. So maybe there's some foolishness I can do between my depth sorting and this vertex buffer. That will get me better results. I don't know. But I'm gonna fool with that another day. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into here. I did this technically, but I'm gonna drag this into the back burner. Because I'll figure out what's going on with that some other time. Environmental art assets. Those are not really done. But they kind of are. I don't know if I'm going to make any more trees or bushes. I'm just kind of tweaking them as I go. Excuse me. Because you'd be surprised how little variation you actually need when you're making, like, things like that. You have, like, three to 6 trees. No one will ever really notice that they'll probably notice that the tree is different before they notice that a tree is the same. Okay, so the next thing I want to fool around with is particle effects, but really I'm probably just going to be working on some art stuff and cleaning up these character portraits. And then I will start doing more UI stuff.
Where's that sound? Completed. I'm gonna move that back. That's weirding me out. Create character art assets. I'm gonna add a cleanup animations. Actually, I'm gonna add it right here. Clean. Update and clean character animations. I'm gonna add that card. I'm gonna hit edit labels, art assets, and then create character art assets. What am I missing? Walking and Mia's animations, which I will worry about later. There's gonna be a lot of animating that needs to be done for this game. Granted, there would have been a lot of animation in pixel art, but I'm still gonna need to do a lot of different things. I've been playing Eastward recently, and that pixel art animation in that is really good. Like, it's funny, like, if that was hand-drawn, it would still be the same amount of animation. It would just be, like, a little bit more technical. Okay, so I'm gonna... I guess we could play some music while I think. Okay, so I can close this tutorial. I'm basically done with it. Okay, so right now we are doing pretty good. We got some shit done today, man. Now I get to do some character art. That's fun. I try to break up things like into like programming sprints and like art things, so I'm not like overwhelming myself. That's why I returned to like doing UI design for a little bit, because I was like, I can't really program this week, and I don't feel like doing it anyway. So do not save. I don't need that. So I'll probably fool around with this like pause menu UI, because I have to do that soon. That's on my list. Then I do something with this battle queue. I think the text boxes are pretty much perfect. I just need to make a tail for the other end of this, for like if someone's on the other side of the screen. Then what else? This. Alright, I'm gonna lower the opacity on this real quick. Yeah, so then I can just draw over that. Save. I'm glad I switched from pixel art. I've been thinking about it recently, and it's so fun to just be able to draw something and not have to worry about how the pixels look and how they like sit on the screen. Like, I can just draw. I feel so free. Alright. I think that was a little fun time. We chilled around. Got some stuff done. But I think that's me done. Next thing I'm gonna work on is doing some like character portrait stuff.
working on some more
improved UI. Preparing everything to redo the dialogue system for one thing. That'll be fun. Because the dialogue system is basically all programmed. I do have to tweak some things because sizes have changed, art has changed, a couple new features are gonna have to be added. Didn't I have like a dialogue? Where is it? Reworking dialogue system. Yeah, there's a couple features on here that I need to add. So I'll probably work on those. I'm doing character portraits. I'll fool around with particle effects. And then the next programming thing I do will be reintegrating the dialogue system. Dialogue box left, right. New 9 slice for options. New blue carrot. Word bubble swapping portrait. Word bubble swapping based on portrait position. An indication of that you can talk to a character like an icon over their head. Okay. So that should all be pretty simple. So this is like just like a big dialogue sprint basically. And then I've still been mocking up UI stuff. And then I'll do a new menu system. And then I'll do some test NPCs. Actually, I'm gonna do test NPCs before a menu system. I'm gonna do test NPCs after I do all the dialogue stuff. And then particle effects I'll fool with sometime later. The grass vertex buffer thing can wait. I'll probably ask for help from that in the Game Maker Discord. Create character art assets and update and clean up the character animations, which I'll fool with later. Alright. I think we're doing good. We're getting stuff out of this task list pretty fast. Because we got new fonts and everything. But alright, let's see if there's anyone to raid on Twitch. I also have to pee, so twitch.tv. Anybody raidable? Flip switch is on. What's he doing?
Remember,
I have to watch an ad, bro. Are you for real? Come on. Oh, this ad is funny.
Technically one, but I can split them.
you never gave me 2 lightsabers.
This commercial is kind of funny, man. Okay, what's he doing? He sure is doing some game dev, I guess. That's probably what he's doing. What else is available in software and game dev? Oh yeah, I forgot. Ludum Dare is starting.
Yo, Talon, if you're listening right now, don't smile. Keep a straight face. Don't smile. I said you're not allowed to smile.
This art style is cute. I don't want to intrude though. I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody. I'm feeling like it's gonna bother someone today, so I'm just not gonna bother. Alright, everybody. Y'all have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna get in the shower. I'm gonna take a piss. Not in that order. I'm gonna take a piss, then shower. And I'm gonna be thinking. I'm gonna be doing some work. I'll probably have some character portraits worked on, some more UI stuff to show you. So, next time, that's what we'll do. And that'll be fun. And then we can fool around with the dialogue system again. Which, last time I worked on the dialogue system, I feel like I did like mostly off stream. So, that'll probably be fun for y'all to see. Alright. I will see y'all later. Bye-bye.